Hey, good morning. What's going on? How is everybody? What's happening? Let me... Oh, I thought I had that open. Oh, the joys of being live. Okay, we are doing a master study today. And right now I am only using mineral spirits to manipulate the paint. This particular master study, there are 4 items in the still life, but because of space and time and just my own personal, I cut it down to 3, which should be good. Let's see. I don't know why I can't find the notes. I thought I pulled these up before. I did. Let me just do a... There he is. Okay, now we're set. So anyway, I'm going to do these 3. This is Wayne Thiebaud, is how you pronounce it. He did these really awesome still lifes, is what I mainly know him for. Usually they were dessert items, if I remember correctly, are the ones that I know the most. Whoops. Right now I'm just using titanium white and burnt umber and just sort of laying it out where I want it. And that way I can add the color in. I'm not going to go real heavy on the dark because obviously this one has a lot of color in it and I don't want to make the color too muddy because he has very clean colors. Let's see. Thiebaud, Wayne Thiebaud. He was born in 1920. Roaring 20s. I'm having, there's heavy equipment going on outside. And so if you hear something, that's what that is. They start in at like 7:30 in the morning. So there's no way for me to really, unless I do this in the middle of the night, which is always a possibility. So Wayne Thiebaud was born in 1920 in Mesa, Arizona. I'm mainly trying to get these symmetrical because I have a problem with that. Oops, that one's a little... I did not get that one thin enough or far enough over. That one needs to come over a little. It's very tall, thin. I love his use of color. He died 2021 in Sacramento. He was 101. Oh, wow. Mute my phone there. This will be available as a replay, so if you're just popping in and you're like, oh, darn it, it will be available. He was 101. I don't know, do we want to live to be 101? I'll be 62 this year. And yeah, that's a good question. Do you want to live to be 101? If I'm able-bodied, I think I do. If I can still paint. Yeah, see, and that one's a little, I got these, I didn't get them as close as they should be. So I'm going to scooch that one over too, which means I'm going to have to redo this part. But fortunately, this one has chocolate in it, so the brown will be right in there. Okay, that wasn't too hard. He grew up in California and was deeply influenced by the bright sunsets. And that's supposedly where his use of color came from. Which is really cool. I love that. I'm in Kansas and we have beautiful sunsets. And sunrises also. But who am I kidding? I'm not up that early. The thing about me using just mineral spirits at this point is when I water or break this down with mineral spirits, particularly the Ulta or the burnt umber, it will dry fairly quickly, and I don't have to worry so much about putting the color on top of it. Before becoming famous as a artist or a painter, he worked as a cartoonist, a sign painter, and a Disney studio apprentice. And his early commercial art training shaped his clean outlines and graphic sense. That makes sense to me. That's kind of cool. Usually these streams last about 2 hours, depending upon how fast I can paint and talk at the same time. I'm trying to find something with my other hand over here. It's like trying to juggle all those plates in the air at the same time. I'm not complaining. This is fun. If it wasn't fun, I wouldn't do it. Juggle. There we go. I wanted to get that screen open. Okay, now I can focus a little bit more on, because I've got all that work done out of the way. My palette that I'm using here is, I've got titanium white, cad yellow medium, burnt sienna, I believe that's a cad red, alizarin crimson, and then there's some ultramarine blue here. If I need to add something else to it, my table is right behind me, and I will reach over and grab something. I tend to paint very painterly, or like brush strokes really show up. So his style is very different than mine. that's not a bad thing. That's why we do this, so that I can experience and kind of get a look at how other people paint. And if I used my walnut oil, which I have over there in a little, it adds oil to the paint, and I paint fat over lean. So anything that I put over it with that walnut oil will lay on top of this, and I'll be able to get cleaner, or, you know, yeah. When I'm looking at this, his background, I don't know if you can see it. Now I'm putting it in here white, but if you look at it really close, it's more of a blue. There's like a cool tone to it. And I have a tendency to not get that line straight. Let's get that up a little bit. There we go. So I have not painted much since last week. And that is my own fault, because I've been sort of regrouping. Well, a lot of, you don't want to hear that. Let's talk about Wayne. Let's talk about Wayne. Come here, Wayne. Where are you? Where'd you go? There you are. He taught art for decades at UC Davis. Which I find that frequent in these artists. This is a very thin brush, or thinner. It's a rosemary round aught, ivory pointed. I really like rosemary brushes. Also, it looks like I probably got to get some phthalo blue out, and cobalt, or cobalt. Now I'm not getting the values exact. You can see like these shadows are different, and so we're working on it. It's a work in progress. And I do think I need to get some phthalo or phthalo is very strong pigment, and I tend to try to stay away from it if possible, because it can just, a little bit goes a long way. It used to be like a joke when I was first started college that our paintings would always show what color we had the most of available for our budget, because we would suddenly start doing phthalo paintings because we hadn't used it up to that point. I think that needs to come down a little bit more. And it may seem like I'm taking a long time on this part, but there's reason for that. I'd rather take a little bit longer on this than get far into it and discover something's not right. His subjects, yes, his subjects were cakes, pies, ice cream cones, gumball machines, lipsticks, and other everyday objects. He's often grouped with pop art, which, if you're not familiar, would be like Andy Warhol. Who else was that? But he rejected the label. He saw himself more as a painter of American life and form through color and light. I like that. Sometimes I read about these authors, these painters, and it's just like, what would it be like if I could just sit down and talk to them? I took a workshop Saturday that was online, which, if anybody here is familiar with Richard Smid, there is a wonderful workshop that they do annually, and we just had it. I'm not involved, leadership-wise at all with it. That we had Saturday, and it was like $35. So, and it was so worth it. But they do it annually is the reason I'm bringing it up. And so if it's something that you're interested in, if you're familiar with Richard Smid, I was familiar with him, of course. Well, not of course, but I admire a lot of the artists that worked with him. And I'm really surprised I didn't know about this workshop, because this was like the 5th year, I guess, they'd done it, or something similar. It's just really nice. I live in a very rural area, so it's just really nice to hang out with, even if it's virtual. Let's see if we can get that. It goes. Later on, he painted landscapes, steep, almost dreamlike California hills, and cityscapes viewed from impossible angles. Think San Francisco with the hills, and doing those at Wayne Thiebaud. He used thick, luscious paint, often called impasto, that looked almost edible, echoing his dessert subjects. So it gave him kind of a juiciness in there. Oh, when I do these, the longer I look at them, and I'm sure you have the same experience, the more you can see the color variation, and like some of this pinkish up here it's really interesting. And that one needs to come in. And that one's I just find his work to be very joyful. It's just fun to me. And because of the way he uses color, and I mean, we all know we need more of that in the world today. Let's see how I'm doing on that. Yeah. I'm comparing. I have a reference photo up here on my iPad, and then I can see your screen, what you're seeing over here, and so I'm looking. It helps give me a different perspective, and sometimes I can see errors in draftsmanship. Easier on from looking at your screen over there. Oh, I love these juicy colors, and they're just wonderful. This may take me longer than I had anticipated to do, but I think this is going to be fun. I think that's pretty close as far as just the basics. And I see this is off. That needs to... That's pretty accurate. Gosh darn it, if I do say so myself. Let's see what else Mr. Thiebaud was up to. Needs to go up over a little. There we go. This is so fun. I've been doing, let me get the phthalo and cobalt. Where are you? There's a phthalo. Cobalt. It's cobalt. I think I'm going to get a dioxazine purple too. Because with these colors, I don't know that I'll get a bright enough purple areas. There's very few of them, but with this I can get it. And again, this is cobalt. Like this edge right here, it looks cobalt to me. I have been doing these Master Study Mondays since the, oh, you can't see, but I'm putting them on the edge over here. I should have scooted it over. I'll scoot it over. Ugh. Takes very little of that. There. I'll move that cobalt over so you can see it. A good palette knife. His sense of light and shadow was influenced by the sharp California sunlight. Shadows are often tinted purples, blues, and greens instead of gray. I think what I'm going to do, but I'm going to put in this background. For starters, I need to put this in. I mean, I know it's kind of dark, but that's more for, it's like a note for me. There we go. His technique, primarily he used oil on canvas, thick, layered, and texture like frosting on a cake. His colors were bright pastels, balanced by warm whites and strong outlines. His compositions were simple objects in rows of similar items, but with deliberate geometry and rhythm. Now this one I have cut off, this one over here, but you'll notice the height of these alone goes up, down. You've got browns over here, and then you've got like oranges over here, and these. So it kind of balances out. And then there's that turquoisey green in here. And if you look close down here, there is a turquoisey green in the highlight on the bottom of the glass. Now, because I am putting this on a little thicker now, I may wind up scraping some off, just so I don't get icky colors. There's like an orange up here. I just love the colors that he used. They're just amazing. He often outlines subject in multiple colors, giving them a subtle halo effect. I wonder if that goes back to his graphic design era, ages or era, yeah, time. I'm going to take just a little bit of alizarin, just a little bit, and make it ever so subtle. This is for my background. I think that's a little warmer than what but I'm gonna, here we go. There we go. I think that's a little closer. I should have made it a lot more. But that won't be a problem. We'll just do that. Now typically you would be mixing this with your palette knife for a lot of reasons. People would tell you to. One, it's less wear on the brush. And I tend to get, if you look at that, it's got paint that's going up into the ferrule, and that's not good. I should be using a palette knife. I think I hear geese going over. That's cool. Ooh, that's kind of a, I don't know. I'm going to go ahead and put this on here as it is, and then I'll probably wind up having to go back over it. Oh, my dishwasher's done. Because it looks streaky, and I want it to be more of a solid color. I used to work at a garment factory that made Disney children's wear. You know, the t-shirts and the sweatshirts with Disney characters on the front. And they were very particular about the colors. They had to match exactly. And if they didn't, they would reject them. So I'm wondering if, like, this blue solid that he's got back here, if this is a reflection of his commercial work also. Sort of a screen, you know, solid Common things are worthwhile subjects. That is a quote of his. And you know, I tend to agree. I think some things we just overlook and they can be beautiful. You know what I should have done? In hindsight, I should have gone down to our confectionery here in town, which we have a wonderful one, local, and got some things and painted them in this style. Maybe I could do that after I do this one and learn a little bit more about how he handled things. Let me see what I've got here. Yeah, see, that's really, it's his has a more of a yellow tint. I can really see it on the monitor when these two are next to each other. Is that too yellow? Maybe not. Like I said, I'm probably going to have to go back over this once it kind of settles in and redo this background so it's not splotchy, or go over it with like a fan brush and smooth it out. I'm not using anything yet except for paint and mineral spirits. I haven't added walnut oil to anything. So this paper that I'm using was gessoed with one layer of gesso, which isn't a lot. It probably should have been done a couple. I like it when the paper itself does not absorb anything. It just, the paint is laying on top there. Oops. I'm trying to cut those glasses in, and the, you know, on your screen it does, I don't think it looks as splotchy as I thought it did. Let's just pretend like it's okay for now, and I'll come back to it. I think I'm going to start with the center one because that's going to determine the things around it. That greenish, I don't know. Let me be a good example and use my palette knife here. Let's see. Painting is a way of just making you see a little bit more what you look at every day. That's another Thiebaud quote. I'm trying to mix that up. I might be able to get that pretty close. I don't know, is that too... I don't know. I think I'm going to put just a smidge of phthalo in there. That's closer. Rather than wipe that off, I'm just going to do that. I need more white, so I'll grab the tube over here. These are some that I got not too long ago, and I had to break into the white. They're Paul Rubens. So far, I've been happy with it, but I've only... Ooh, oil just out. And for the price of these, I was really impressed, which is one reason I wanted to try them to begin with. Because, oh, that's a pretty green. Isn't that pretty? But you can get them on Amazon. I don't think I'm affiliate. If I do, the link will be in the... that's not the right color. I don't feel like that's... his key works were cakes from 1963, which was a row of frosted cakes on pedestals, which is iconic to his style. 3 machines was 3 gumball machines filled with colorful spheres. Pie counter, all these are from, those 3 are from 1963, so he must have had a good year. Pie counter, classic dinner pies arranged in perfect rhythm. And Hill Street Day City is, again, a San Francisco tilted impossible view of the street. I do remember that one. Let me look at this with the... so I can see. Oh, that's pretty close. That's not too far off. It's a study, right? It all doesn't have to be exact. And you'll hear me say that a lot during this. It's a study. It's not a copy. It's become my mantra. Because I will sit here and mess with stuff until the... oh, that's a lot brighter on his. Let me see if I can get... I think the white is what's doing me bad. It's muting it too much. Does that help a little bit? Maybe it looks more muted too because of I don't have those bright colors outlining it. Maybe I should have used phthalo green. I'm going to add some yellow in here and see what we get. That's a, you know, yeah, that's not it. One thing I want to do a demo on is doing color swatches, and this is why. That was one thing that we did on the Richard Smith workshop Saturday. He was notorious for his color swatches that he had his students do, which was how he was taught also. And they can take a while. The person giving the talk said it took her about 2 weeks to do all of them. I don't remember how long it took to do mine because I've got some over there that I did because of him also. Yeah, see, it looks very muted. Let me just keep going and I'll see if the dark, or the colors colors start to pop a little bit more. from I think that is going to help. And there's reddish orange in there. I love his color, use of color. It's like candy. Yeah, that's not, I'm not getting it. I think this, whoops, not that much. I need to put some. Let's see, Mr. Thiebaud, what else did you do? His typical color palette that he used. I should have looked at this first, right? I know. He used titanium white. These are his base neutrals. Titanium white, Naples yellow, yellow ochre, and red raw sienna. And he used those for the warm, light, and creamy highlights. Okay, I can see that. I can see where that was part of what he did. There's a lot of like this phthalo-ish blue in the shadows on this glass. The paintbrush I'm using is an angle brush. It's just a very inexpensive Transin. His bright accents were cadmium red, cadmium yellow, cobalt blue, and ultramarine blue, and viridian. Viridian. I have some viridian sitting over there waiting for me to use. Let's see if this will help this greenish color in here. His pastel tints, light pink, mint green, lavender, baby blue, and he got those by mixing the hues with white. And it gave his signature frosting like to the colors. I'm gonna put this kind of down here out of the way, just in case it's not. By the way, these are Holbeins. They're wonderful. I have a mismatch of paint brands, but the one I usually use consistently is 1980. Is that going to give me, let's see here. That might have been what I needed there all along. His shadows were cool grays, blue violet, lavender, and aqua. And he often used colorful shadows rather than black. And he was influenced by the Impressionist when it comes to that, which I can definitely see. Strong complementary colors in his outlines. I'll try and do this in here. It's kind of a pinkish. He would use orange outlines next to blue, pink use next to green. So you've got your complementary colors there. And it created this vibrating effect that makes his objects pop. And you can see that on like the outlines in here on things. Like right here, some orange. There's some orangey red next to this greenish. This bluish green next to the orange. I'll do a little bit more. This is really going to date me, but I can remember going to, it was a, I want to say it was a Cress's, but I don't think it was an actual Cress. I think it was just in the building of an old one, because I'm not that old. But I can remember going with my mother and sitting at the counter. I mean, I had to have been really small, like 5, 6. And that's what this reminds me of, are those things that you see at like a deli or just a restaurant that has things like that on display, obviously. This clicking of my palette is driving me crazy. This brush is not the best one for this, for doing any, I want to do some of the outlines in here. This is more, instead of painting shadows gray or black, he used lavender, turquoise, or ultramarine. And you can see that in these shadows down here. And I failed him on those. I know this brush is far too small to be doing this, but we'll pretend like it's okay. Because I wanted to get that in there while I was talking about it, so it solidified in my brain. This is why I usually wear gloves too. I think I will put a glove at least on this hand, so that, because I get it everywhere. I just think when I paint, it's very impersonal for me to have gloves on, so I try not to, but you know, I am a bit of a hot mess. So we will do what we need to do. This is just some orangey, an orangey outline here. I love this. I love his just fun, warm, you know, it's just, it's joyful. That's the word. Which means, makes me wonder what his personal life was like. So I'm gonna read some more about that. Is that symmetrical? Let me see here. Yeah. He, like I said, he was born in Arizona, Mesa, Arizona, but he was raised mostly in California. I'm going to start using just a little bit of walnut oil. Just a smidge, so I can get some of these outlines in clear color. Oh, that's fun. So fun. His father was a mechanic and an inventor. So he grew up, Wayne grew up tinkering with things and drawing. Which I find amazing. I consider myself anyway, a Gen Xer. And we did a lot of just being on our own. And I can remember just trying stuff, you know, with neighbor kids, with, you know, just what happens when we do this, or... And I think sometimes today's kids are missing out on that. Not all. And no, I'm not saying this generation, blah, 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 get off my porch or get off my lawn. It's just, they spend so much time on the screen. And that's another reason to consider painting. If you're considering it, it is a wonderful way to not be on your screens all the time. And it makes you slow down and really look at what's in front of you. I'm using that verdigris for this. Whoops, my hand's kind of shaking. I've noticed that lately. It might be some meds I'm on. TMI, I know. Usually I can control it to an extent. It's not my blood sugar. My blood sugar is good. Or it should be. He worked at a movie theater and a cafeteria when he was a teenager, where he first became fascinated by displays of food, cakes, and light. These are themes that later defined his work. Oh, that's much more of a cobalt in there. This blue line on the side here. So I'm going to try and... Oh, give me some more. Wow. That was a good wow, because I blew it up a little bit on my screen. And yeah, these were large. These were not these small little things like I'm doing here. The painted area is like 8 by 8. His would have been, you know, like several feet wide. It would not have been this little. But this is a study. If I were doing a copy, I would do it the exact size that he did. And try and use the same materials and whatnot. I'm trying to get an orangey in there that pops. Ooh, I don't want that. I put some phthalo on my brush. Just really dark. I did not want that. Maybe cobalt though. There's a, it's not a black. Let's see, this would be a great place for dioxazine purple. But I'm not seeing his work in real life. And this could be a mixture of an orange and a blue in here that gives it a little bit more depth. Add some walnut oil. Get some white so I can get this on here. Well, come on, make a liar out of me. I've had coffee today. I don't know why I'm got the shakes a little bit. Maybe I haven't had enough coffee. There we go. Let's see, career beginnings. Before becoming a painter, like I said earlier, he was a cartoonist and sign painter. It was in the 40s that he worked with Disney. He helped make animated frames for the films like Pinocchio and Goofy shorts. During World War II, he served as an Air Force artist, illustrating posters and cartoons. So he was a vet. That's cool. I think back then it was the draft. That was very much not the norm, but not uncommon. I would say something about our president, but I'll keep going. Oh, it's noon right now, and this is only as far as I got. Usually I've gotten much further. But we have a good groundwork here. The main thing is going to be putting in these colors for outlines. I'm using the cobalt blue here. And again, if you hear a siren in the background, it is just our like noon whistle that it goes off every Monday at this time. There's no emergency. I'm not going to get too caught up in getting the minute details at this point, as long as the gist of it is there, because we need to get the whole thing done. And it's a study, not a copy. I love how these colors just pop. They're beautiful. I need to find out if a museum near me has one of his. I would love to see it in real life. You know, it's kind of like listening to music, going to a concert. In comparison, it's a totally different animal. The energy and yeah, it's just different in real life when you see things. This one is probably going to have white on there pretty thick, so it may take a hot minute to dry. I think I need to bring that in. And yeah, I know this is not shaped correctly. I'm trying. Oops. Didn't have my brush very clean. Let's get that bottom where it's more accurate. It's closer. It's closer. It's still off, I know. This here needs to come down. That needs to go in there. I still have more information on Thiebaud, sorry. I'm just going through it when I can, because there's, like I said, it's like juggling plates. And again, I'm not complaining in the least. I feel blessed to be able to be doing this. I could be at a desk somewhere dealing with the general public. Which we all know can be a nightmare. Let's see, I did that. I think I'm going to put a little, see if that does, oh, that does do it. Awesome. I added well, it's just burnt sienna. I should have known that would do it because I use it a lot with blue. that is not narrow enough in the... If you have not tried doing something like this, I highly suggest it. It's just, it's a great way to learn, in my opinion. I mean, there's a reason that the masters had to do master copies. After the war, Thiebaud studied art at San Jose State College and then Sacramento State College, which is now CSW Sacramento. He taught for many years. And was highly respected. He influenced a generation of West Coast artists. You know, I don't know if I'm really influencing anybody. And it seems like that is a lot of what artist legacies tend to be part of. Who did they inspire? Did they make an impression in art history or not? See how that's bumpy? That's because my hand is... I assume it's a med I'm on. Every once in a while my husband will say, "Why is your hand shaking so much?" And I don't even realize it is. This is the last master study I have scheduled. I'm debating on changing and doing something else on Mondays. But I used to be doing a oil pastel on Thursdays, and I'm not doing that anymore. So I haven't been. So I need to be doing something, because I don't think you all want to just see me paint my own stuff. I think you want to see tutorials and whatnot, but I need to get some of my own work completed, and that's why I cut out the oil pastels, which I don't know. Yeah, anyway, what I'm trying to say is, if there's something that you want to see in a roundabout way, that's what I'm trying to say. If there's something that you want to see, let me know, because right now I am in sort of a state of flux, and I need to at least dedicate one day to something that's going to fulfill your need, if that makes sense. So if there's something that you want to see, do you want to see more master studies, or do you want to just see me in my studio? Do you want to see like painting lessons? And I have a list of things that I can do. I'm not going at this completely blind. I need to do a poll, I believe. I already know it's going to say oil pastels, though. And I've said this before, the problem with oil pastels is they need framed, and I'm trying to get ready for a show next year, because I definitely do not want to let these people down. And oil pastels required being framed. I'm just checking the YouTube stream. If you have any questions or anything, please feel free to put them in the comments. It's not going up. There it goes. And what did I put on here? Oh, green. I need a green outline right there. Pretty. I love how these colors are just, that's a technical term. I know, why am I going on with this one when I haven't finished this? It's because I wanna. This area right in here is very cartoonish. So just straight down, yeah. I do have more information too on Thiebaud. I do. I just want to get this. I want to focus on getting this right here. Yeah, I see that is not where I want it. Let's see, what's Mr. Thiebaud up to? Thiebaud. His fame grew in the early 60s. Remember he did those 3 that I mentioned in 63. So apparently the 60s were very good to him. I think my symmetry on this is off. On this. He was married twice. His second wife, Betty Jean Carr Thiebaud, was an artist and teacher. I'll need to look her up because have you noticed a lot of times the wife is just as good as an artist, if not better, than the husband? Maybe that's what I need to do a series on, is the wives that were overlooked. That might be interesting. Oh, then again, I need to do my own stuff. Welcome to my brain. They had a close family life, and several of his children, including Paul Thiebaud, became involved in the art world. Paul ran a gallery representing his father's work until his death in 2010. Oh, that's sad. He passed away before his father did. I'm going to go ahead and put that little cherry thing on there and do this. Come here, baby. You have to excuse me if my hair gets in the camera view. I washed it this morning and it's still wet. So I've got it down to dry while I'm working. But every once in a while I notice it comes awfully close to. Some of this almost looks like an airbrush. I know it's not, but it has that look to it. Wayne was known for his humility, humor, and work ethic. Even into his 90s, he painted nearly every day. Wow, that's amazing. I admire that. I don't paint every day. And I know I should. I know, don't shit all over yourself. But it's true. Oh, you know what? I was looking at, oh shit. Oh, sorry. I was looking at this one when I was doing this. Sorry, dude. So that's why I had that orangey. And that. Like I said, it's like walking and chewing gum. Or juggling all those plates in the air. But we'll get it. We will get it. Because we are determined. You know, I wonder if another reason that his paint was on there so thick, if at some point it was because he had these colors on there and he had to change the colors. So that was one way to get it to apply to the canvas. I don't know if you can hear it, but the heavy equipment sounds like it's getting closer. But they're clearing a lot or a pasture, a field behind us. Wait, let's see. He loved tennis, teaching, and pie. Truly, he often joked about researching desserts for his paintings. That's cool. That's very cool. Wonder how good of a tennis player he was. Now this says he continued painting into his 100s. Now he was 101 when he passed away. Up until the end, he remained curious and grateful. So maybe he just wasn't painting every day. He was, but he was still painting. Because I would think by that age, you've got some limitations. You know, maybe not, but I would think. like I said, I'll be 62 this year, and I am amazed. I am amazed. That right there. I don't know if you can see my palette, but I don't keep a very clean palette. And one of these days I'm going to do something about that. I learned that just Smad cleaned his palette off, his mixed colors, every time he took a break, to keep the colors really pure and clean. Oops, that's too much. Oh, he passed away on Christmas Day. Wow. $2021. Let me check over here. It's not quite as bright. Oh, I'm behind on here. Yeah, that's crooked. I need that to come down. It's amazing. I think his work is just amazing. This is a little brighter there than what I've got, so I'm going to add a little yellow in there. Again, excuse my hair if it gets in the screen on the monitor, or you know what I'm trying to say. I'm using that is it Viridian? I don't want to say it wrong. I keep thinking verdigris. I live near the verdigris. Now see, that looks like it's just wiped out, and it's not. Trying to get my contrast, my contrast right. This looks crooked on the monitor, on your. Let me raise that up a little bit. see what else Mr. Thiebaud did. Painting is just the best thing to do. It's the most wonderful game in the world. That was a quote from him. Painting is the most wonderful thing to do. You know what? I agree. There is just something, and he used oils. There's just something about oils that is just magical. It's amazing. He didn't chase trends. He quietly built a lifetime of work around ordinary joys. Pies, lipsticks, gumball machines, ice cream cones. He once said, we already said that before, but common things are just as important as grand things. I'm putting my hair up so I don't have it falling on the screen anymore, or in view. He believed beauty existed in everyday life if you really looked. He saw painting as a mixture of discipline and play, often comparing it to sports or music practice. I can see that. I would agree, which is why I should be painting more. He painted He painted almost every day, starting early in the morning, often working on several canvases at once. He used we already talked about that. He loved the physicality of paint, the texture of it. I'm going to try and get this little thing up here done. Oh, I want to do that cherry. That is just me adding a little burnt umber to that blue, the cobalt blue. Using these bright colors was his signature. You can always tell his work. I need to go up a little on that. I'm just making a note there to where my he admired old masters like Giorgio Morandi, Johannes Vermeer, and modern painters like Edward Hopper for their sense of quiet light and stillness. I can see that. I can see that thought or thinking in what we've got right here. Though often grouped with pop artists like Warhol and Lichtenstein, he felt more aligned with realists who painted what they loved, not just commentary on consumerism. Let's go ahead and put that on there. Just for giggles. I hate to say what that looks like. I wonder if that was his intention. If you know, you know. Oops. It's too much. Too much white. Sorry, I know I keep saying wow. It's just, his colors just amaze me. He studied how color vibration worked, like we said before, placing complementary colors side by side. And he was inspired by Impressionism and color theory. Since we got art people here, because of the times that we live in right now, I feel a strong need to do work that is a commentary on what's going on. And I don't know if that is, I know it's a common thing right now. I mean, you know, I'll say I'm in the US. But I feel like my work, my own work, falls very short of doing that. But then I look at something like this. And you know, it's just joyful. Maybe that's enough. Maybe doing something that is just bringing joy to the world. Not to get all Bob Rossi on us here. I saw a AI of Bob Ross where he just got ticked off at what he was working on. Threw down his brushes, stormed out. Like I said, it was AI. People described him as gentle, funny, and precise. The kind of teacher who made everyone feel capable. He mentored many California artists, including Mel Ramos, Fritz Schottler, and even in interviews later in life, he laughed easily and said he never got tired of chasing the paint around. I like that. Chasing the paint around. I think that's a wonderful description of it. Now some of these edging, I'm not going to be able to get precisely like his because it was a matter of him, what it looks like anyway, of him putting putting colors on his brush in such a way let me see what that looks like on. Because I don't think this is. See, it has much more of a curve there. I got it too straight. I have too much of an angle there. I will put in a little blue. Does that make it look like too much of a right angle again? I don't want a right angle there. And I see that I got this Let me see if I get it with that. Somewhat, kind of, sort of. My light is fading here. I'm using a lot of ambient light. I have lights on, but they I don't find them adequate for matching colors. Let's see, I need to get that over there. That kind of drops off, doesn't it? Okay. Oops. That does not look as vibrant on the screen in here as I want it to. I'm just going to keep working on this until I'm happy with it. I haven't really done anything to that yet, but we'll get there. His long career, we're talking about Wayne Thiebaud, made him one of America's most beloved painters of optimism, transforming everyday life into art. I feel like I need to finish this before I go much further. That's not symmetrical. Like I said, I have trouble with that. And a lot of times it makes me overwork things because I have to keep correcting myself. Putting some yellow in here. I bought some beautiful gourds the other day. It's that time of year to use for some still lifes. Maybe I need to do some still life streams. I do ask, if this is the first time here, if you would like and subscribe. And also, I'm fully monetized, so the more that you watch this, the better and more I benefit. I'm going to take a photo of this. Let's see what it... Okay. This is a little... Whoops, I don't want that. See, I don't feel like... Come on. This... Is that better? Ish. I took a photo of it with my phone, and that helps me see any inconsistencies. Gives me a fresh view. Let's get that orange in there. And I probably could have used... I need to get some cad orange. I don't know if I even have any in my stockpile. But so I can get a more vibrant orange in there. Right there. Right there. It's so pretty. Really pops next to that green. I saw a thing from Susan Rothenberg on YouTube that said you should go to your studio work area, whatever you want to call it, every day, even if you're not painting. Because sometimes you'll just be sitting there and you'll be looking at a painting and think, oh, if that just had this, and then you jump up and do it, and then before you know it, hours have passed. And I feel like I so needed to hear that. That's one reason it's important to make your work area welcoming and warm, in my opinion. I'm going to start putting some of this. Oh, there's a little up there too. Putting some of this orange on. By the way, I'm not a Swiftie per se, but I was really happy to see that orange was one of the things involved in her new album. I put just a little bit of mineral or walnut oil in there. I do these streams on my other channel that are just like Pomodoro type streams. And I started doing them for writers because I was doing a lot of writing. And it's connected to a writing group online. But anyway, one of the things that was talked about was planning and talking about how you can't chase down all your chickens at once. If they get out, you have to go after one at a time. And so the phrase became, choose your chicken. So I bought a rubber chicken. And I need to use it in a still life because it's just so darn cute. Poncho was here, but he is snoozing. He's on the floor here next to me. for those of you that are familiar with poncho. Poncho's always nearby. Let's see. Some of this has a green around it. Looks like I'm gonna have to get some more yellow ochre too. Or not yellow ochre, but yellow, cad yellow. Just slowly gonna work on this. It's getting there. It's going on 2 hours, which surprises me. I didn't think it would take this long to do. Not that that's that terribly long. 2 hours, yeah. But yeah, that one needs to come up. This needs to go away. Go away. Come on. I just cleaned my brush and then wipe off areas of that. Now when I'm looking at this too, I see that this has, I have an arch in it, sort of. It needs to be a little straighter. Did I mention this is really fun with all this color? Usually I have very muted colors in my personal palette. Very Renaissance-y colors. So this is This is very cool to do. I'm just pausing a little bit to compare what I've got on the screen that you're seeing and the reference. Just so I'm not on. So while you're here, what are you working on? If you're watching the replay, put it in the comments. If you're here live, just let me know. I always find it interesting what other people are working on. And your history in art. Are you new? Have you been doing it for a long time? You know what I mean. What's your story? I'm putting a little bit of burnt sienna on some of this just to darken it up a little bit more so it shows that form. See that that kind of goes in there. I don't want that. I want it straight. I'm just pausing so that I can see what I have. Let's take another photo. See if things are moving along how I want. Let's see. What I like to do is flip it so it's like a mirror image. And then I can really see what I'm dealing with. Oh, come on, baby. Get on there. There we go. I do want to, if you're here, remind you, especially if you're in the US, to take care of your mental health. We are living in strange times. So just make sure you're taking care of yourself. If you need a break, take a break. If you're able to. I understand that's a luxury. For a lot of people. You just got to keep going. Bills to pay. Children to take care of. You still got to figure out what you're going to eat for supper and take the trash out and all that stuff. But take some time to just do something for you. If painting's something you want to try, do it if it brings you joy. One reason I'm saying this is because I ordered something yesterday that I ordered just because it brings me joy. And it's nothing that, that big of a deal. It's, I ordered a bucket of mixed rocks. Yeah, you heard that right, rocks. From Declan Mining on, well, they're on TikTok, but they do have a website. I'm not an affiliate or anything like that. I really like crystals and stuff like that, and minerals. And this is the second one I've ordered. The first one, it was just so much fun. It was just such a great escape from everything. So I ordered myself another one yesterday. What it is, I know this is totally unart related. It's a, whoops, it's a bucket of rocks, just like it sounds like. That is there's like confetti sand, or what they call confetti sand. And it's a clean sand with little tumble stones in it, real small ones. Again, I'm pausing here to look at what I've got. Make sure everything's okay. That's sufficient for now. I'm going to go ahead and start doing this. I'll probably go back on those and do some more, like in here. That is okay. Let me get this chocolate brown in here. What I'm using for the brown is burnt sienna and burnt umber. as needed. And a little bit of white every once in a while to kind of get that get the right value. I mean, I'm painting chocolate. How much better can it get, right? Aside from eating chocolate, that is. You know, really anymore, chocolate is not my favorite. I like lemon. But still, chocolate. I get to spend my Monday painting chocolate. That burnt sienna is making a big difference. I haven't been using very much walnut oil. I think I'm going to have to add a little yellow to this too. Just to kind of warm it up. In fact, there's yellow right here. Need to focus just on the... I'm talking to myself because I wanted to jump to something else. You see how he uses the bluish gray here next to the orange and the brown. It's more of a phthalo blue in there. I know that's too dark, but I'll lighten it up. And for my readers, those that this is National Banned Book Week. So just an FYI, go get yourself a book that's on the banned book list. I went, I think it was Saturday, and got me a copy of The Bell Jar by Sylvia Plath. It's been a long time since I read it. I used to have a copy, and I think I donated it. During one of my book purges. There's kind of a pinkish in there too. In here. I mean, cool thing about this is the brush strokes can come off as the chocolate smearing. If you have an independent bookstore, they probably have a awesome display this week. I know ours does. This is really fun painting chocolate. Seriously. I know one of my favorite oil pastels I did was of a chocolate donut. Try and get this. It's sort of like a puzzle. I'll go up here and get some of this up here. Generally, I would work the whole thing, like when I put the underpainting down. And go from big shapes to little shapes and do the whole thing cohesively. This time, I have this poncho over there. There's like reds and just all kinds of colors in this. And the shadows. things you wouldn't expect. Whoops. Need a new rag. Everyone. What's the matter, Poncho? He is like shaking his head, like he's like something's in his ear or something bugging him. Yeah, now he's just going back to sleep. I'm just taking a moment again to look and see what I'm doing. Very bright green right there. Sorry, I'm having trouble getting this. This is not it's too wide there. I need to put that. I have been painting since I was a teenager. I started out with drawing, and then I went to oil, or not oil, soft pastels. I had terrible ones. They were really cheap ones, and they just, honestly, I'm amazed at myself that I was able to get anything out of them. And I look at those sets now that they have that are about equal. I'm just taking a moment for it to all catch up. Let's see what I got. Okay. You know, I think one thing that hinders me from painting every day is in the back of my mind is, should I film this for YouTube? It is 1:45 here, Central. Which means I've been at this for about 3 hours. It'll be 3 hours at the top of the hour. I may need to take a break and go take care of Mother Nature and just get up and walk around some. Just 'cause. This is darker in here than what I've got. Can't very well tell you or advise you to take care of yourself if I don't get up and take care of myself. Did I mention this is really fun doing this? Remember when you had art day in school? And that was my favorite time of the week. In elementary. I think the guys clearing the lot or field are on lunch break. Because it suddenly got really quiet. I'm waiting for my hand to move so I can, because I'm seeing something. I spent way too much time on TikTok and YouTube this weekend. Aside from the workshop I took from Schmid. Okay, I am going to take a break and get up and walk around. So I am going to play some music while I'm gone. So I will be back in probably 10-15 minutes. I need to get up and walk around and all. All right, I'll be right back. Okay, let's get this finished. I may turn on music because I'm not really saying anything at this point. We've talked all about Wayne Thiebaud. Trying to get my glove back on. Okay. Let's get after it and get this puppy finished up. I was catching up on the news too while I took a break. Oh. I see the sun's getting awful close to. Let's see. Come on. Let's see. What do I need to do to this one? Sounds like the Heavy equipment people are back. Let's see what I do with my phone. Let's take another picture of this before I get too much further. Let's see if everything's working the way I want it to. Come on. Sometimes my phone does not like to deal with my rubber gloves. Let's see here. I am going to have to move something on my desk to block the sun from coming in over here, because it's right here. The background, I'm gonna this bluish, I'm gonna redo. Because it got kind of spotty. And it's sunken in to the paper, which is not a bad thing. It just is. That sunblock. Whoops. That's okay. There we go. Now we don't have to worry about it coming in over here and getting in our stuff. It looks like the surface has kind of dried a little bit, like it's soaked into the paper, even though it was gessoed. and is making it so I can paint over things a little bit, smooth things out. Let's see. That is looking cool. Chocolate is so fun to paint. Who would have thunk? You'd think it'd be obvious though. There's not much going on here. Thankfully. I think that chocolate looks pretty good. Let's get this. Okay. There's a little cobalt blue in here. For that whipped cream or oops, that's way too red. I just want a blush, not we're getting close to the end. Closer and closer. Hey, Mel, I didn't see you pop in. Okay, let's get that cherry on there. I think it's going to take some alizarin crimson on this one. Let's see, starts right there, goes over there. I need something darker. So cool. I love doing the stem on a cherry. I'm just doing it real light right now, so. Wow, that's so fun. I think this has a little bit of a darker area. So I'm going in with some burnt umber. I know this is an awful long one to sit all the way through, so there will be a time lapse and a short of this. I'm going to try and get some of that background color mixed again. Yep. If it were up to me, totally, I think that's pretty close. Okay, let's get this on here so it'll look a little better, hopefully. But see how it's like streaky? We'll have to blend that some with probably a fan brush. Yep, I just cut into that a little bit. Whoop, cut there too. It's blending out okay, I think, this way. I'm primarily concerned about getting around things. This kind of neutral blue helps to bring out all those really bright colors. I may not need a fan brush to do this. I'm going to need to cut that back in though. Let's get that blue cut back in there. That needs it. Oops, that's okay. We are doing Wayne Thiebaud. Thiebaud. He was often associated with a pop artist, but he didn't like being classified as a pop artist. Trying to get that edge right there. That's probably as good as I'm going to get it right there. I'm going back over the background because I got it kind of splotchy, and I want it to have good coverage on there. It's a little darker than what I've got over here, so I was saying this nice cool slate gray sort of is setting off the colors nicely. He was raised in California, was a veteran. He died at 101 in 2021. He was married and had at least one child. I don't remember. I'll have to look here. I've got notes. His wife was also an artist. Her name was Betty, I believe. He was known for being very optimistic and just an all-around positive person. Yeah, Betty Jean Carr Thiebaud. Well, it says several of his children, so but it does mention a Paul that became involved in the art world as a gallery owner. Would it have been easier if I got this color right to begin with? Yes. But did I? No. So I'm fixing that. And I'm glad I am, because I think it really helps. He loved teaching, tennis, and pie. Seriously. He would say his pies were research, quote unquote, for painting. He did a lot of desserts and pies, and later on he did some landscapes of the San Francisco area. And he passed away on Christmas Day, which is very appropriate for somebody that was positive and family oriented. I don't know if you can see it, but there's a little here that needs to be darker. That gave a nice smooth edge to that cherry stem. I'm just about done here. I know to people that watch the channel, he may not be the first one that comes to mind. When it comes to art history, but he was important to our art history because other artists were influenced by him. And he let's get this right here. It's a little eyelash or something on there. There we go. Now we're cooking with gas. I am going to go back over these quickly, and I need to paint in the bottom here. Let's get that on there. Has kind of a pinkish tint to it. Whoops. Sorry. Sorry, Mr. Thiebaud. Whoops. Man, I am just all over the place today, aren't I? I'm adding just a little bit of walnut oil to my white. I'll put that back in there. I don't think my orange is dark enough. on this one. I mean, I'm in Kansas, if I didn't mention it. In a rural area. And I'm filming this on a Monday afternoon. The weather is beautiful here today. I'm trying to stay away from watching any news. I did take a break earlier and watch a little bit, but that was enough for now. I want to get this little that back in there. Where else did I pull? I am going to get my darks in there. I started this at about 11 a.m. and it's now almost 3, so I'm just trying to get this orange a little darker, so I'm satisfied with it. Just barely. Thiebaud was an American artist, and he is mainly known for his work doing desserts, and he did landscapes later on. See if I can get this. I don't know how much touching up I'm actually going to do on this. Because It is a study. It's not a master copy. Let's see. Looks like he had trouble cutting in here too. There's a few little areas where I can see his marks where he went over things. The green on here matches what I've got on my screen. So I'm going to leave it. For now, anyway. There we go. Let's see. See, some of this chocolate too is darker even than what I've got on there. So I think I'm going to add a little bit of blue to that, to the areas that are really dark. And that will make it read as darker. I don't think there's a lot I can do to it that's going to make a whole lot of difference. And that right there definitely reads very, very dark. I think that's probably about as close as I'm going to get. Oops. That's a grayish right in here. It's definitely darker than what's next to it. I am trying to keep from putting the white on too thick because I have trouble with this white drying, but it looks like that's what it needs. I could keep doing this for a long time, but since it is just a study, like I said earlier, I often have to remind myself of that. It's my mantra. It's a study, not a copy. Okay, I think we are I'm just trying to smooth some of these edges at the moment. Because looks like what I need. Okay, I think I am going to call it there. And yeah, I know I said I was going to call it. During that last break, that break, I only took one, took care of dishwasher and switching laundry. Okay, I think I'm going to have to stop there because I will keep picking away at it. Because that's what I do. I have problems with my cord for my phone. Let's see. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the tape off. This is my favorite part. It just hopefully always gives it a nice clean edge. And oh, that's coming off well, really well. Sometimes it'll stick a little bit too much to the paper. I think that's pretty darn good myself. This looks a little yellow over there in this area. I'm going to just lighten it just a little bit. Yeah, it's still. It's still got that look to it. There we go. There we go. If you are, I'm going to take that reference photo off just because I really like that. I really like how this turned out. Okay, all right, let's see. I need to find my pencil. Okay, let's write this down here. Rain Thiebaud study detail. What is today? 10, 4, 5, 6, 6th, yeah. 25 live YouTube demo. What else? Oil paint on gesso. Okay. Oh. Oh, I see something. See, that always happens. That one little area in here that's really dark, I didn't get the darkness of it quite. Like right in here. And over here. I think that's as... Now I'm thinking about what I need to fix for supper. I fully admit it. Okay, let's see. Whoops, my phone died. Okay, well, we'll just go with this. All right, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Thank you for sticking out with me. I am not sure which piece I'm going to work on next Monday. Just I would pay attention to the post, the community page, and I will post information there when it's available. I may go live this week, just doing my own studio stuff, just because. I didn't get that quite right. Just let it go. I need to let it go. All right. Thank you all. I appreciate it. Have a good one. Take care.